Yes, Mr. Chairman.
No, please, you, sir. The last 2 days of hearings this week have been set aside for closing statements to be made. Two of the core participants have indicated a wish to make closing statements to the inquiry. And they are Mr. Horwell for the Metropolitan Police and Mr. Emerson on behalf of the family. So they've been kind enough to indicate their estimates of the time that they will need for that. And as a result, the plan is for my learned friend Mr. Horwell to make his closing statement today, and for my learned friend Mr. Emerson to make his tomorrow.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Mr. Horwell.
Sir, we have remained silent during this inquiry because in the absence of any representation for Lugovoy and Kovtun, or for the Russian state, we did not want to be seen to be having any influence over the evidence called. We have done our best to assist you whenever required, but this independent inquiry has assessed the evidence and it has decided what evidence to call. And it has done that without any interference from the Metropolitan Police Service. That objective having been achieved, the time has now come for those we represent to comment on the evidence and to draw together the various threads. The Metropolitan Police Service want Lugovoy and Kovtun to be tried in this country for murder. But as such a trial now seems unlikely, it is important that the investigation by and the conclusions of the Metropolitan Police Service are made known. We may not have asked a single question during the inquiry, but our silence must now end, and I fear that this closing statement may take the best part of today. It is perhaps a small price to pay for our limited contribution so far. The old form inquisition setting out the facts as found would have been straightforward for a coroner to complete. It would simply have read as follows: Alexander Litvinenko died of acute radiation syndrome, having been poisoned with polonium-210 on the 16th of October 2006 and again on the 1st of November 2006. He was killed unlawfully. That would have met the legal requirements in times gone by, but it would not even have begun to tell the story of this man's extraordinary life and the equally extraordinary circumstances of his death. The remit of this inquiry has been wide, and you have heard evidence from many witnesses covering a multitude of issues. In this closing statement, we will adopt the example of the investigating police officers, and our sole purpose will be to follow the evidence wherever it leads, and we will not be distracted by speculation, rumour, irrelevant issues and conspiracy theories articulated by people who are driven by malice and who plainly have too much time on their hands. The Metropolitan Police Service's investigation has always had at its central core the science. It is the scientific evidence that condemns Lugovoy and Kovtun, and no matter how many state honours Putin may pin to Lugovoy's chest for services to the motherland, however meteoric Lugovoy's rise in politics has been and may become, however many conferences Kovtun may hold, or how many times Kovtun promises to blow apart this inquiry, Lugovoy and Kovtun have no credible answer to the scientific evidence and to the trail of polonium they left behind. The science is the principal evidence against them, and prejudice for or against Russia plays no part in its presentation or value. It is as untainted as it is damning. Where should you start? The cause of death is clear. But in any investigation, especially one with such an unusual cause of death, the first question, however quickly answered, must always be, was the death unlawful? Lugovoy and Kovtun, and indeed others, have suggested that Litvinenko died as a result of an accident. And some have even postulated that it was suicide. As to accident, sight must never be lost of the fact that polonium is an exceptionally rare substance, which in soluble form in particular is very difficult to acquire. The simple fact is that there is no evidence that Litvinenko had handled polonium or had ever had the opportunity to handle it. There is no evidence that he had anything whatsoever to do with polonium. The examination of his home revealed widespread contamination. But the only item which gave a significant reading for alpha radiation was the right sleeve of the jacket he had been wearing in the Pine Bar at the Millennium Hotel. All other contamination of his home was at a very low level. The principal sources connecting Litvinenko to polonium and to the accident hypothesis are none other than Lugovoy and Kovtun. When Lugovoy was interviewed by the BBC in September 2011, he said this: Litvinenko was an opportunist. We may presume that he was involved in the polonium trade with the intention of staging an act of provocation or an act of terrorism. We can presume that he was handling polonium without enough care and died as a result. Said, of course, with neither conviction nor supporting evidence. We may presume that Litvinenko was involved in the polonium trade. We submit that you will presume nothing of the sort, because there is no evidence to support this fanciful theory. It is the claim of a desperate man and must be rejected. Apart from anything else, the medical evidence establishes that Litvinenko ingested the polonium that killed him. And how anyone in the polonium trade, whatever that might mean, could accidentally ingest polonium is beyond comprehension. And as for suicide, this again is principally the theory of Lugovoy and Kovtun. And again, there is no evidence to support it. The evidence in general, and especially that of Mrs. Litvinenko, Goldfarb, Riley, and Attu, is that Mr. Litvinenko had everything to live for. He was in good health. He was not depressed. He had a passion for life. He had business opportunities ahead of him. He was devoted to his family, immensely proud of his son, had a very happy and loving marriage, and he was settled in this country and was relieved and delighted to be living here, especially after he had so recently, on the 13th of October 2006, acquired British citizenship. In any event, as we have just submitted, there is no evidence that he had access to polonium with which to kill himself. To his family, this is a particularly spiteful and insensitive accusation to make. But much more importantly, as far as this inquiry is concerned, not only is it one made without evidence, but all of the evidence is the other way. This theory too must be rejected. We note that Kovtun, never bashful, has more recently plummeted to new depths and has attempted to combine the two theories into one. At a press conference he held in Moscow on the 8th of April 2015, he claimed that Litvinenko's death was an inadvertent suicide. New terminology for all of us, no doubt. Perhaps his message was lost in translation. But he then offered this extraordinary explanation. I am more than certain he dealt with polonium without even knowing it. It might have been a leak, and polonium was accumulating in his body gradually. To an inventive mind like Kovtun's, anything is possible, save for the truth. On the evidence, therefore, there can be no doubt that Alexander Litvinenko was unlawfully killed. And the science is such that the finger points unwaveringly at Lugovoy and Kovtun as having administered polonium to him on 2 occasions. The 2 attacks on Mr. Litvinenko were an outrage. They led to great suffering on his part and eventually to his demise. And we will never know how dangerous the exposure of polonium to the public at large will be, and what long-term effects will be visited upon Londoners. Anyone who arranges for polonium-210 to be brought into a city centre does so without any regard for human life. Mr. Emerson has said, perhaps it was more than once, that this was a nuclear attack on the streets of London. That comment is justified. London was plunged into crisis, and the scale of the Metropolitan Police Service's response was considerable, and its investigation has been painstaking. It involved at times about 100 detectives and about 100 uniformed police officers. And this work led to the police report to which reference has been made throughout this inquiry. I am not here to seek plaudits for those I represent, but we suggest that it is worth observing that the approach and conclusions of that report have survived the intense scrutiny of this inquiry. We are here today because of the work of Scotland Yard and the courage and, above all, the persistence of Mrs. Litvinenko. There are 4 important preliminary questions, 3 of which were raised in the opening statement of Mr. Tam. The first is, why polonium? Why use this radioactive toxin as the murder weapon when there are so many other instruments of death which are so much easier to use and which are just as effective? We suggest that the answer is straightforward. Those who planned Litvinenko's murder did not want the cause of his death to be discovered. Polonium is a silent, invisible, and normally unidentifiable agent of death. One of its primary advantages is that once delivered in sufficient quantity, death is certain, but not immediate, permitting the assassins to disappear and avoid arrest before suspicion is aroused. Tiny, almost microscopic amounts of polonium are fatal, and as a murder weapon it is remorseless. It is able to invade a number of the main organs, and unlike other alpha particle emitters, it is very effective at migrating to the red bone marrow and destroying it. There is evidence that polonium may well have been used in the past as the murder weapon of choice on other victims, and if not identified on this occasion, it would doubtless have been used again in the future. The evidence you have heard has established that Litvinenko was a healthy young man who had not been known to be ill, and this fact, together with his relatively swift admission to hospital and then to intensive care, probably enabled him to survive for longer than his assassins would have expected. Had he not lived for so long, it is extremely unlikely that polonium would have been detected in life. And if it hadn't been detected in life, it is unlikely that it would have been detected in death at the post-mortem examination. Dr. Carey said that without the information obtained in the very last days of Litvinenko's life, he would have given the cause of death as bone marrow failure, cause unknown. Dr. Swift said that as far as he was aware, this is the only known recorded death from alpha radiation poisoning in the world. And without the findings from samples taken in life, further samples would not have been sent for nuclear analysis in death. The post-mortem examination would have been wholly different without the evidence obtained so late in Litvinenko's life. Evidence which, as we have said, was obtained at a time when the organisers of this plot would have expected him to have been dead. It is clear that polonium would not have been identified through the normal post-mortem toxicological process. Polonium was the almost perfect murder weapon. We use the past tense because it no longer has that accolade. As a result of this investigation, it has lost its anonymity forever, and will now be first on a pathologist's checklist if ever a Russian dissident dies in similar circumstances. Chief Superintendent Clive Timmins requested a living post-mortem, and but for that decision and the accident of Detective Sergeant Jolly watching a television news broadcast and his inspired detective's intuition to have a sample tested for radioactive contamination, the cause of death may never have been discovered, and this inquiry would never have been held. Death would have been put down to an unascertained cause. Polonium poisoning, of course, was only confirmed on the day that Mr. Litvinenko died. So we submit that the motivation of those who plotted Litvinenko's murder is clear. They wanted rid of him. They wanted death to be certain. They wanted to evade attribution for his death because they wanted to avoid political fallout in the UK. This was 2006 and not 2015, when relations between the UK and Russia were very different. And to this end, they wanted the cause of death to be unidentified. And this would have had the additional advantage that this terrible poison could have been used again and again. Sight must never be lost of this chilling fact. They so very nearly succeeded in achieving each of those objectives. Whatever the merits of polonium, it is not the perfect murder weapon, because it does have its shortcomings. The first of which is the clear danger it offers to the assassins who handle it. Exposure to polonium is life-threatening. The second shortcoming, of which we are now aware as a result of this investigation, is the detectable trail polonium leaves behind, if not knowingly handled as a radioactive substance. Professor Dombey described polonium-210 as being intensely radioactive because it is such an intense emitter of alpha particles. The Los Alamos National Laboratory website describes polonium-210 as being very dangerous to handle in even milligram or microgram amounts, and special equipment and strict controls are necessary. The extreme dangers of polonium give rise to one obvious consequence on these facts. Those who were tasked to administer this radioactive isotope to Litvinenko must have known it was a poison, but must also have been ignorant of its true nature and properties. There is, of course, much to commend ignorance. Few men, even ex-FSB, will be able to handle and deliver a radioactive substance with the calm that is necessary to disguise and conceal their intent. Most assassins are comfortable with the act of murder, but will stop short of anything which will harm themselves. And apart from anything else, few, if any, men would volunteer for such a hazardous enterprise. Lugovoy and Kovtun are common murderers. They did not sign up to membership of a suicide squad. Lugovoy and Kovtun were not the bungling assassins as some have suggested. They were simply ignorant of the true qualities of the poison they carried. And we suggest that ignorance was essential for those engaged to administer it covertly. So when the next and second question was raised in the opening statement, why would Lugovoy encourage Igor, his 8-year-old son, to shake Litvinenko's hand soon after Litvinenko had been poisoned? The answer, we suggest, is very clear. Lugovoy did not believe that such contact would present any danger to his son. This question, raised by Lugovoy himself, of course, only has validity if Lugovoy then knew the precise properties of the poison he carried, and we suggest he did not. It was not just his son that he had with him in London, but his wife and 2 daughters as well. He did not then know the full extent of the toxin he carried, or the danger to which his family was undoubtedly exposed. This point can also be examined from this perspective. If Lugovoy and Kovtun had been aware of the true nature of this poison, they would have known that it would leave a radioactive trail, and they would have been much more careful in its transportation, handling, and delivery. They would never have left behind the trail that now damns them. The clumsy manner in which the polonium was handled proves beyond doubt their ignorance of its properties. And of course their masters could not warn them about the trail that might be left from inept handling, because to have done so would have revealed the radioactive nature of the poison. And that, as we have said, was not a viable option. So to those who plotted Litvinenko's murder, Lugovoy and Kovtun's ignorance suited their ends very well. And in any event, their masters would not have been unduly concerned about the polonium trail, because they would not have expected the cause of death to have been discovered. And without such discovery, scenes of crime would never have been examined for alpha radiation. And as for the dangers of polonium to those who handled it or were exposed to it, that was something in which they had little interest. As we have said, recruitment may have been impossible if the full facts had been made available, and ignorance was imperative to ensure that no nerves or reticence were visible to Litvinenko. The very signs and emotions that might have made Litvinenko suspicious and might have put him on his guard, and that would have been the end of this conspiracy. Knowledge, therefore, would not have enhanced the prospects of success, it would have diminished them. However important Lugovoy and Kovtun may think they are, to their masters they were and are quite simply expendable. If they or their families had died, or if their life expectancies have been reduced, that to their masters would be regarded as mere and acceptable collateral damage. That much is obvious. And that general approach to assassins, namely that they are expendable, was confirmed by Bukovsky in his evidence. Lugovoy and Kovtun may like to reflect on that proposition in the months ahead. Has the medal and the honours and the rewards been worth it? The third question asked in the opening statement was the very question raised by Litvinenko in one of his interviews. Why was Lugovoy so diffident as to whether or not he, Litvinenko, drank the tea at the Millennium Hotel? The answer to this question is twofold. First, Lugovoy had to be diffident, and second, he could afford to be. Any display by either Lugovoy or Kovtun of eagerness or urgency or desperation would have appeared suspicious and counterproductive. Anything other than diffidence would have appeared very suspicious to Litvinenko, and may well have brought an end to this plot to kill him. This was, after all, not the drink of the gods that was on offer at the Millennium Hotel, but an unexceptionable cup of lukewarm tea. And any encouragement or enthusiasm from Lugovoy that Litvinenko should drink it would have been out of place and could have betrayed his murderous intent. And Lugovoy could afford to be diffident for two reasons. First, Litvinenko was very keen to do business and associate with him. Litvinenko needed no encouragement to meet Lugovoy. There would have been many other opportunities to poison him. Even during that third visit to London, Lugovoy and Kovtun were due to meet Litvinenko the following day, the 2nd of November, at Risk Management. And there would have been many other opportunities in the immediate future, both in London and in Spain, where Lugovoy and Litvinenko were due to meet just 9 days after their meeting at the Millennium Hotel. In other words, the meeting in the Pine Bar was not the one and only opportunity Lugovoy and Kovtun were going to have to murder Litvinenko. But secondly, of course, as far as Lugovoy and Kovtun were concerned, there was no shortage of this poison, whatever it might have been. Lugovoy had access to the very same poison in London on each of his 3 visits, and there is no reason to suggest that it would not have been available to him in the future. The fourth and last preliminary question is this: the claim by Kovtun, and in particular Lugovoy, that they were framed by MI6. An easy and perhaps inevitable claim to make, and one that is again made without any evidential support. But there is more that can be said in addition to that, because we suggest that the evidence establishes that MI6 cannot have been involved in a double plot to both murder Litvinenko and to frame Lugovoy and Kovtun. The claim does not bear scrutiny. If MI6 had gone to the extraordinary lengths of framing Lugovoy for 3 trips and Kovtun for 2, contaminating their planes, motor vehicles, hotel rooms, bedrooms, restaurants, office premises, a football stadium, and so forth, both here and in Germany, then surely it would not have left the discovery of polonium in Litvinenko's body to chance. The discovery of the true cause of Litvinenko's death would have been critical to the success of their operation to frame Lugovoy and Kovtun. But the cause of his death was only discovered at the very last moment, as we have said, by an unlikely combination of 4 circumstances: Litvinenko's early admission to hospital and then to intensive care, his unexpectedly long survival, the decision to perform a live post-mortem, and the accidental viewing by a police officer of a television news broadcast. Without those 4 random factors coming into place, it is unlikely in the extreme that the cause of death would have been known. And without that discovery, there would never have been any examination of so many scenes for alpha radiation. This elaborate plot would then have been to no avail. A monumental waste of time, endangering the lives of many people. Quite a gamble to take. Given the above, there is nothing to suggest that MI6 was responsible for the 3 trips of Lugovoy and the 2 of Kovtun. It did not organise or promote them. It was not responsible for the manner in which those visits were booked, a subject to which we shall return. It was not responsible for the lies told, especially about Kovtun, the withholding of the Russian planes to prevent them from being examined by the British and German authorities, the missing tape of Lugovoy's Moscow interview, and much more besides. And although blaming MI6 is such an easy and convenient excuse for Lugaboy and Kovtun to use, why on earth would such a plot require the deliberate setting up of two innocent suspects just to implicate Russia? Anna Politkovskaya had been murdered just 9 days before the first attempt to poison Litvinenko, and the eyes of the world turned immediately to the Kremlin. That is what happens when any Russian dissident dies in mysterious or violent circumstances, and that is what would have happened on Litvinenko's death. Setting up two innocent Russians and a plan which involved the risk to hundreds, possibly thousands of Londoners' lives from radioactive contamination is a wholly unnecessary and absurd risk to have taken, if the only purpose of it was to blame Russia. Russia would have been blamed if and when the cause of Litvinenko's death was discovered. Nothing more was required. But of course, Lugaboy and Kovtun have no one else to blame but the security services. Wherever one looks in this inquiry, Lugaboy and Kovtun are never far away, and it is to them we shall now turn to start our review of the evidence. To some extent, they are an odd couple. Lugaboy, the chosen one, the Novi Ruski, successful, wealthy, a minor TV star, and obviously highly regarded by the Kremlin, a man now going places. Kovtun, on the other hand, almost the complete opposite. Up until 2006, a deserter, unsuccessful, poor, and going nowhere. Little is known about Kovtun post-2006, save for the fact that in October 2006, he told D3 that he would soon have his own flat in Moscow. What can have given him cause for such optimism? If there are signs that Kovtun's lifestyle has been transformed, then he has been rewarded for his services. But the reason for this odd couple working together is an obvious one. They have known each other since 12 years of age. As children, they lived in the same apartment block, went to the same school, and thereafter to the same military college. Whatever their differences, they obviously knew each other well and trusted each other. And trust is an essential requirement in an enterprise of this kind. Kovtun is the misfit, the one about whom lies had to be told, because whatever his talents, expertise in finance, international business, and oil and gas exploration were not amongst them. Yet Lugaboy chose to bring him to London as his business associate on 2 occasions. And that says as much about Lugaboy as it does about Kovtun. This much we know of Kovtun. If he had business acumen and skills in finance and oil and gas exploration, he kept those skills very well concealed for a remarkably long period of his life, because the evidence proves that his interests and goals were neither entrepreneurial nor geological. His ambition was to be a porn star and not a mogul. His first wife, in her home, read an interview with Kovtun in Der Spiegel, in which he had referred to his work in oil and gas. That, Innerhone said, has absolutely nothing to do with Dmitri. He met his second wife, Marina Wall, in 1994, and she said that Kovtun had no main source of income when they were together in Germany, which he did not leave until 2003. She said that during the 9 years they were together, Kovtun was living off social benefits. He periodically obtained temporary employment, and she gave some examples: dishwasher, waiter, and refuse collector. He was a dreamer, unreliable, and he drank a lot. People can, of course, change, but it is clear on the evidence that there was no change in his means up until the time that Litvinenko was murdered. If his means have changed after that event, perhaps as a reward for his contribution to it, then that is a different matter. But up until November 2006, he did not have 2 rubles to rub together, and he showed no signs of having experienced a miraculous conversion from what he had been to a consultant in the development of the Russian oil and gas markets. Kovtun's application for a visa was based on a lie. He accompanied Lugovoy to business meetings, but made no contribution to them. He was playing the part of an international businessman or expert, yet paid for nothing and had no money. His ex-wife's boyfriend, Radoslaw Mikal, had to buy his ticket from Hamburg to London because Kovtun did not even have a credit card. And D3 said this of Kovtun's means: generally he had little money on him. When we went out for a meal, I generally paid. His second mother-in-law, Eleonora Wall, said that money and Kovtun did not go together. Kovtun could not have been further removed from his declared profile of General Director of Global Project Limited if he had tried. On the 16th of October 2006, DC Scott stopped Lugovoy and Kovtun as they entered the UK through Gatwick Airport. Kovtun did not speak English, but Lugovoy could, and so DC Scott spoke to him. According to DC Scott, Lugovoy said that he owned the company Global Enterprise and that Kovtun was a member of the finance department of the Metropolis Bank in Russia. Lugovoy said that they had come to the UK for a meeting with Shadre, that must be Shadre, at the Continental Petroleum, the premises of which were at 58 Grosvenor Street. So the question must be asked, if Kovtun was not in London to help Lugovoy with his business, and he plainly was not, for he was incapable of doing so, what was the purpose of his being here? And why the lies from both Lugovoy and Kovtun as to Kovtun's employment and past to get him here in the first place? We suggest that on the evidence the answer is obvious. Kovtun declared in his visa application, dated the 2nd of October 2006, that he had never been to the UK before. For him, therefore, it is quite a coincidence that on each of his only 2 visits to London, he was at the centre of widespread polonium contamination of multiple scenes that he had visited, and that the 2 visits coincided with the only 2 occasions on which Litvinenko was poisoned by polonium. There is bad luck and appalling bad luck, but that is off the scale if Kovtun is an innocent man. The 3 visits, 3 by Lugaboy, 2 by Kovtun, are very revealing. Kovtun's UK visa application was received on the 5th of October 2006, and the visa was issued on the same day. The first booking for the first visit was made just 2 days later, on the 7th of October, which indicates that this untalented and inexperienced businessman was deemed essential to the trip. Whatever his purpose or role may have been, there was no booking until his visa had been issued. The visa was issued on the 5th, the hotel was booked on the 7th, and the flights were booked on the 9th. So reasonably advanced planning for a visit to commence on the 16th of October. They were due to be here for just 3 days, and they did not waste time. On the afternoon of the 16th, a meeting had been organised with Mr. Riley of Erinus at his office at 25 Grosvenor Street. Litvinenko was present. His role was to introduce Lugaboy to Erinus. Riley's evidence is that Kovtun said nothing at the meeting and played no part in it. He said that Russians sometimes have a silent representative present at business meetings to observe body language, but there is no evidence that that is what Kovtun was doing, or that he was in any sense qualified for or experienced in such a role. His familiarity with business and business meetings was somewhat lacking. It is also of note that on the following day, the 17th of October 2006, when Lugaboy, Kovtun and Litvinenko had a meeting with Daniel Quirk at the offices of risk management, apart from handing over a disc, Kovtun again played no part in that meeting. We know from a combination of the scientific evidence and that of Mrs. Litvinenko that Mr. Litvinenko must have been poisoned with polonium on the 16th. And we suggest that it is no coincidence that a corner of the green baize tablecloth on the boardroom table at Erinus, where the meeting took place, was one of the most heavily contaminated areas discovered in this investigation. The radioactive contamination of the tablecloth was so intense that A1 is of the opinion that it was caused by direct or primary contact with polonium, the first example of such a high level of contamination. Even though Lugaboy and Kovtun were with Litvinenko before and after that meeting, and met him again at risk management on the following day, the 17th, and at the Golden Dragon Chinese restaurant after that meeting, their mission was such that they left nothing to chance and decided to act at the very first opportunity. We suggest that on the evidence, Litvinenko was first poisoned at Erinus. He was, of course, ill and vomiting, but a few hours afterwards. If Erinus was the chosen location for the crime, then it might be expected that the polonium was put into a usable container, or at least got ready at the hotel before Lugovoy and Kovtun left for the meeting. And again we suggest it is no coincidence that Lugovoy's room at the Best Western Hotel in Piccadilly, room number 107, was very heavily contaminated with polonium. The U-bend of the sink in Lugovoy's bathroom gave such high readings for radioactivity that A1 is again of the opinion that the contamination is consistent with direct or primary contact with polonium, the second such example. The evidence shows that before the meetings at Erinis, only room 107 was available for the use of Lugovoy and Kovtun, and that they both went to that room to change before leaving the hotel. It is also possible, of course, that they could have disposed of the remaining polonium after they had successfully administered the poison to Litvinenko. Because what is clear is that polonium was poured down the sink, either deliberately or accidentally. On the following day, they left the Best Western Hotel, even though it had been booked for the 2 nights, and even though both nights had been paid for in advance. They left without complaint and without any request for a refund, and decamped for the Parks Hotel in Beaufort Gardens in Knightsbridge. Perhaps the Best Western was not to the exacting standards of Kovtun. Perhaps they left for reasons connected to the plot to murder Litvinenko. We will never know for sure. The first visit, therefore, was a partial success. And although in time Litvinenko may have died from the first ingestion of polonium, that was not good enough for the organisers of this conspiracy, who wanted relative immediacy as much as certainty. And so the procedure had to be repeated all over again. Lugovoy's second trip to London was planned in very different circumstances to the first. The flight and the hotel were booked only the day before departure. And although Lugovoy has claimed that he had no intention to meet Litvinenko on this trip, that claim is not supported by the evidence, because he did manage to meet Litvinenko on 2 occasions at his hotel. And even more importantly, despite his attempt to distance himself from Litvinenko, upon his arrival in this country, it was Lugovoy who made the first contact. He telephoned Litvinenko at 10:09. The call lasted 3 minutes and 7 seconds. And Lugovoy had further time to arrange for Litvinenko to buy him a new SIM card. Litvinenko says that the SIM card was Lugovoy's suggestion. Lugovoy says it was Litvinenko's. Either way, it is not behaviour that would be expected of a man who claims to have had no interest or purpose in meeting Litvinenko during that trip. Why Kovtun did not accompany Lugovoy on this second trip will never be known. But that the principal purpose of it was to murder Litvinenko is established beyond doubt on the evidence. Just as Lugovoy's room at the Best Western Hotel during the first visit was the scene of some form of preparation or disposal of polonium, so was his room at the Sheraton during this second visit. The Sheraton Hotel is the third scene in respect of which A1 is of the opinion that the radioactive contamination was at the direct or primary contact level. Room 848, in particular the bathroom, had widespread contamination, some of it very high, and 2 towels from the laundry emitted the highest reading of alpha radiation found in the entire investigation. Interpretation of this evidence is, of course, a matter of inference. But because of the very high readings from the bathroom, and in particular the towels, there is the real possibility that the polonium had been accidentally spilt in the bathroom, and that the contamination, certainly of the towels, the laundry chute, and the inner container of the bin, resulted from Lugavoy cleaning the scene. And if polonium had been spilt, that spillage was likely to have been responsible for the wider contamination of the bathroom. There is another feature which tends to indicate that the plan was not adhered to on this occasion. There was no significant contamination of the sink U-bend in room 848, and as we shall see, that distinguishes the Sheraton Hotel from the hotels used in the first and third visits. We also know for certain that Litvinenko was not poisoned during the second trip. And that fact is also consistent, of course, with the accidental loss of polonium in the hotel bathroom before any attempt had been made to poison him. If there had been an accidental loss of polonium, then a measure of panic, certainly of irritation, would have set in. Lugavoy's masters may have been patient, but he had now been personally responsible for 2 failures, and he would have had no desire to find the limits of his master's patience. Lugavoy would have wanted to make plans immediately for the now necessary 3rd attempt to poison Litvinenko. And that is exactly what he did. It is no coincidence, we suggest, that whilst Lugavoy was still in London during this second visit, he decided that he needed Kovtun with him for the 3rd attempt to murder Litvinenko, which would be in but a few days' time. Lugavoy had a long-standing arrangement to be in London for the Arsenal CSKA Moscow game and to give his family a holiday. The Arsenal tickets had been requested back in September from Mr. Shoup, Berezovsky's son-in-law. And the hotel and the flight for Lugavoy's 3rd trip had been booked on the 10th and 12th of October, respectively. What is clear beyond doubt is that Kovtun was never intended to be part of this group travelling to London for the Arsenal game, because when the hotel and flights were booked, his name did not feature. No bookings were made for Kovtun, and there was not a ticket available for him to go to the football match. So Kovtun was an afterthought, and a late one, which begs the question, what had changed? We suggest that the polonium contamination of the Sheraton Hotel, more consistent with a spillage than any other cause, is what had changed. Because whilst Lugovoy was still in London during his second and unsuccessful visit, Kovtun's flight from Heathrow to Moscow was booked. It was booked on the 27th of October. When planning a murder, the exit strategy is perhaps more important than the arrival. Kovtun booked his flight from Hamburg to London 2 days later on the 29th. And although he said that his purpose for coming to London was to see the Arsenal game, that was not the truth. It was never an option for him. Why was Kovtun in Hamburg? You have heard live evidence from C2 and D6, and the evidence of D3 and D7 has been read. The principal evidence, of course, comes from D3 and his account of a conversation he had with Kovtun on the 30th of October. That conversation, we accept, was extraordinary. The reference to an expensive poison and the need for a London cook. We can understand why the German authorities were sceptical. But after further and extensive investigation, D3's account was in large part corroborated. There can be no corroboration of the conversation, of course. Only D3 and Kovtun were present. But the telephone contact which followed supports D3's account. The calls between Kovtun and D6, D6 and D7, D7 and C2, D6 and D7, and then eventually Kovtun on Lugovoy's mobile to C2 on the 1st of November 2006 at 11:33 in the morning. Lugovoy and Kovtun were then together in London, and that call must have been one of the first things they did after Kovtun's arrival, because Kovtun's plane had only landed 4 hours before at 7:25. That trail of telephone calls and the reason for them tends to suggest that D3 has told the truth. You can also take into account, we would suggest, D3's reaction to these events. He has made it clear that he regarded Kovtun as a good friend, and in his view, Kovtun was incapable of doing anything nasty. D3 has explained that he did not take what Kovtun was saying seriously. D3 has said that he did not want to believe it, that Kovtun's account was illogical and improbable. Hardly the words of someone who is attempting to add credence to a false, made-up story. And D3 concluded by admitting that he had feelings of guilt because the poisoning actually happened. Again, we would suggest, an unlikely embellishment, if a lie. And if D3's account is a lie, what on earth can the motive be for it? There is no evidence of any payment or of any financial motive of any kind. The conversation was an extraordinary one, but the evidence tends to suggest that it occurred. And if it took place, it is evidence against Lugovoy as well. Statements made in the furtherance of a conspiracy are admissible against all conspirators, whether present or not. Kovtun arrived in London on the morning of the 1st of November, and as an indication of the lateness of Lugovoy's decision to have him here, there was not even a room for Kovtun. He had to share a room with Mr. Sokolenko, a business associate of Lugovoy. So I'm coming to the events of the 1st of November.
Yes.
I am well ahead of time.
Yes.
I am also well aware of the fact that this must be possibly the most difficult time of this inquiry for the record to be made.
Yes. Well, would it be sensible, therefore, to break at this point?
I think the shorthand writers deserve a break.
You can see their faces, I can't.
There is steam
Yes.
emerging from the table below you.
Yes. Yes, very well, we'll break. Yes, Mr. Hall.
And so to the third and final visit.
Yes.
Just as with their first visit, once Lugovoy and Kovtun were together, and once C2 had been contacted, as we've seen on Lugovoy's phone, and obviously rejected, they decided to strike at the very first opportunity again. Lugovoy and Kovtun knew in advance that they would meet Litvinenko at the Pine Bar on the afternoon of the 1st, and they could make their preparations in advance. That afternoon, Lugovoy and Kovtun returned to the Millennium Hotel at 15:29. At 15:38, Lugovoy telephoned Litvinenko and not only invited him to come to the hotel, but told him to come here quick. And that call lasted 39 seconds. The football match was not until the evening, and so the question must be asked, why did Lugovoy want Litvinenko to come to the hotel with such urgency? Litvinenko was not far away, and Lugovoy and Kovtun would have known that his arrival was imminent. Litvinenko arrived at the Millennium Hotel at 15:57, and he telephoned Lugovoy at the same time, 15:57, and the call lasted 26 seconds. In the 19 minutes that had elapsed between Lugovoy's call to Litvinenko and Litvinenko's arrival at the hotel, both Lugovoy and Kovtun had gone to the reception lavatory. Nothing remarkable about their going to the lavatory, of course. But if last-moment preparations were to be made, then a cubicle in those lavatories was as good a place as any to make them, especially because on this occasion, for the first time, they were each sharing rooms with other people, and perhaps the lavatory was the more private and the most convenient place for such preparations or checks to be made. They may, of course, simply have been cleaning their hands, having already poured the polonium into the teapot. And Kovtun, of course, having gone to the lavatories, did not return to the Pine Bar until after Litvinenko had arrived. Is it a coincidence, therefore, that the closest gents' lavatory to the hotel reception was contaminated with alpha radiation? High levels of transferred contamination were found on a cubicle door and a hairdryer. Whatever the reason for Lugovoy and Kovtun going to the lavatory, they, or at least one of them, was responsible for the radioactive contamination of those lavatories. And we say that for this reason. As for the theory that it was Litvinenko who was handling polonium, Litvinenko, of course, never went into those lavatories. Litvinenko was an established tea drinker, and on Lugovoy and Kovtun's table was a pot of tea. It was there before Litvinenko arrived, and Lugovoy and Kovtun would have had unencumbered access to it. There were no CCTV cameras in the Pine Bar, and we suggest that is also no coincidence. the absence of cameras made it an ideal venue for murder, and the choice of the Pine Bar was deliberate for that reason. And although Litvinenko was there for but a short time, it was long enough for him to have had 3 or 4 sips of the tea, and for his fate to be sealed. Neither Lugovoy nor Kovtun drank tea from the teapot whilst Litvinenko was present. A white china teapot was later found at the Millennium Hotel, from which readings were taken. And A1 is of the opinion that the internal spout of the teapot was so severely contaminated that it was the 4th reading of alpha radiation which was consistent with direct or primary contamination. Who would have imagined that the tannin in tea bonds with polonium, making the inside of a teapot a very good surface for retaining polonium? All plans, no matter how well executed, no matter how well planned, always have a weakness. Litvinenko described the teapot on the table as a metal one, though even he was a little confused. These were his words. It was silver in colour, made of silver. Not silver, the legs. Expensive metal. It's a rich hotel. He went on to describe sometimes a silver teapot and at other times a silver jug. We know that that part of Litvinenko's recollection must be wrong, but his error, we suggest, is irrelevant. The only type of teapot available to the bar staff was a white ceramic one, and that is the teapot which must have been on the table. There cannot have been another type. Lugovoy and Kovtun were hardly likely to introduce a teapot of their own of a wholly different description. That would have been as foolish as it would have been unnecessary. We have dealt with the diffidence point already, but it is worth noting that had Litvinenko not drunk the tea, there was a meeting scheduled for the following day with Daniel Quirk at Risk Management, where Lugovoy and Kovtun would have had yet another opportunity to murder Litvinenko, both at the meeting and no doubt afterwards at Anitsu or any other venue of Litvinenko's choosing. That meeting at Risk Management was cancelled on the morning of the 2nd, because this time the polonium was doing what Lugovoy and Kovtun had intended. And on the day after that, the 3rd of November, everyone in Lugovoy's group, including Kovtun, flew out of London on the same plane, bound for the safe refuge of Moscow. They left behind 2 further areas of primary or direct contamination. The first was a table and chair from the Pine Bar, indicating beyond doubt, we would suggest, that this was the scene at which Litvinenko was poisoned. And finally, the 6th and last area of primary or direct contamination, room 382 of the Millennium Hotel. A very high reading was again taken from the U-bend in that room, which, because of the primary contamination of the U-bend in the Best Western Hotel, indicates conduct common to both crime scenes. Whether it is from disposal or transfer of polonium will never be ascertained, but the cause of each contamination is likely to be the same. The similarity is not, in other words, a coincidence. Room 382 at the Millennium Hotel was, of course, Kovtun's room. 20 days later, Alexander Litvinenko was dead. When very close to death, it is clear from the transcripts of his interviews that what really angered Mr. Litvinenko was the fact that he had let down his guard to those two Russians, one of whom, at least to his certain knowledge, was ex-military and ex-FSB. He had let them get close to him, and that one mistake is all that was required. There are many additional points to make. We will make them briefly. It appears that Lugovoy avoided serving a prison sentence in Russia. If so, that demonstrates his closeness and importance to the authorities. Lugovoy later claimed that the high-quality CCTV at the Pine Bar should be looked at because it will exonerate him. That was a curious lie to have been told, because Lugovoy was security trained, a leading figure in the Ninth Wave. He would have known that there was no CCTV system in the Pine Bar. That statement was intended to deceive. Lugovoy claimed that he telephoned Litvinenko when he was in hospital, implying, no doubt, that he was concerned for his well-being. The telephone data proves that he made no such call. Lugovoy held a press conference in May 2007, and it affords us an insight into his character. He described how proud he was of his family's military history and how he was brought up in the tradition of a real Russian officer. He said that for 10 years, the world had ignored Russia, but that because of recent events, Russia had started to gain its place on the world stage. And he added this: "Now, gentlemen, you will have to take Russia into account." There is nothing wrong with patriotism. But when patriotism is used as a justification for murder, it becomes a shameful vice and not a virtue. In September 2007, Lugovoy announced that he would run for Parliament, when earlier he had said that he had no interest in becoming involved in politics. And there is no evidence of his ever being politically active before. He was elected to the State Duma in December 2007. His progress thereafter has been rapid, and it has been reported that he is now Deputy Chairman of the Russian Parliament Security and Anti-Corruption Committee. A natural and unexpected career development, or a reward and assurance of even greater security from extradition for services rendered. In December 2008, Lugovoy was interviewed by the Spanish newspaper El País. Lugovoy again revealed his inner beliefs and the overwhelming importance to him of the Russian state. And he spoke of what should happen to those who cause it serious harm. Question. But the FSB believes that Litvinenko was a traitor. Lugovoy. And I think so as well. But so what? That doesn't mean that a traitor has to be immediately killed. Question. Do you think someone could have killed Litvinenko in the interests of the Russian state? Lugovoy. If you are talking about the interests of the Russian state in the purest sense of the word, I myself would have given the order. I'm not talking about Litvinenko, but about any person who causes serious damage. For example, if I had been president, I would have ordered the death of Saakashvili. The use of the word immediately in the first answer is rather revealing. Raphael Filinov was a friend, or at least an associate of both Berezovsky and Lugovoy. On a visit to Russia, Lugovoy gave Filinov a present to take back for Berezovsky, and he delivered it to him on the 15th of July 2010. It was a black custom-made T-shirt. On the front was the CSKA Moscow Football Club logo, together with a radiation warning symbol above. Polonium 210 was printed in red across the top, and across the bottom were the words London, Hamburg, to be continued. On the back of the T-shirt was this clear thread: CSKA Moscow, nuclear death is knocking your door. Those who were there when the present was unwrapped believed it to have been an admission of guilt by Lugovoy. Why else would he have made a joke about such an appalling crime if he had not been involved, was their reasoning. No one, of course, could be sure that Lugovoy was a murderer on that evidence alone. But those who were present when the T-shirt was unwrapped had a point. And it certainly puts into perspective Lugovoy's devious expressions of sympathy and concern for Litvinenko. Then much more recently, during the course of this inquiry on the 9th of March 2015, Putin awarded Lugovoy a medal, a state honor for services to the motherland. The timing is unlikely to have been accidental, and it obviously begs the question of what those services might have been. All of these, and no doubt many other points, are of interest when reviewing the evidence which concerns Lugovoy and Kovtun. But towering above all of this evidence is the Polonium trail itself, for which we have said Lugovoy and Kovtun have no rational explanation. Sir, you have hundreds of pages of schedules, charts and graphics to a head. But this is but a short summary of the evidence of alpha radiation contamination, and its effect is devastating. The first visit, 16 to 18 October 2006. The outward flight of Lugovoy and Kovtun was not examined by the UK authorities. The Russian authorities have said that they examined the plane and it was clean. As we shall soon see, there is good reason not to accept that assurance. The Best Western Hotel. Both Lugovoy's and Kovtun's room were contaminated. Lugovoy's was heavily contaminated. As we have said, readings from the U-bend consistent with primary contamination. It was only Lugovoy's room, of course, which was available soon after their arrival and before their departure to Erenis for that meeting with Litvinenko. They moved hotels. They went to the Parks Hotel. Both Lugovoy's and Kovtun's rooms were contaminated in the Parks Hotel, together with the lobby area outside of both rooms. The meeting at Erenis, Lugovoy, Kovtun and Litvinenko were present. The boardroom where the meeting took place was heavily contaminated. The green baize tablecloth gave readings consistent with primary contamination. Lugovoy, Kovtun and Litvinenko then went to the Piccadilly Itsu. This was also contaminated, and the contamination is much more likely to have been from this visit than the later one by Scaramella and Litvinenko because of the different seating positions for each respective visit. The Pescatori restaurant. Contamination of the table at which Lugovoy, Kovtun and Dr. Shadrin sat, together with heavy contamination of a wall elsewhere in the restaurant. Lugovoy and Kovtun then went to a bar, Dar Marrakesh, where there was contamination of a shisha pipe. Lugovoy and Kovtun had a meeting at Dr. Shadrin's office. That office was contaminated, as were Dr. Shadrin and his assistant, Daria Pridmore. We will return to Dr. Shadrin's office because it is not clear whether the office was contaminated on the 16th of October or the 1st of November when Lugovoy and Kovtun returned to it. It could, of course, have been contaminated on both occasions. Lugovoy, Kovtun and Litvinenko then met at the offices of risk management, where Kovtun gave Daniel Quirk a disc. The office and the disc were contaminated. Lugovoy, Kovtun and Litvinenko then went to the Golden Dragon restaurant in Chinatown. No contamination was found. Lugovoy, Kovtun and Litvinenko then went to Café Bohème in Soho. No contamination found. Lugovoy and Kovtun then went to Hey Joe's nightclub in Piccadilly, and this was contaminated. Lugovoy and Kovtun's return flight, having been described by the Russian authorities as clean, was later examined by the British authorities and was found to be contaminated in the area where Lugovoy and Kovtun sat. Now that is quite an impressive trail for two men who claim to have had nothing to do with polonium. If they were being set up by meticulous Secret Service agents, then why on earth should they have missed the Golden Dragon and Café Bohème? Not very efficient, if that was their task. The second visit, 25 to 28 October 2006. Lugovoy's outward flight was contaminated. The overhead luggage compartment above his seat. Lugovoy's room at the Sheraton Park Lane Hotel was significantly contaminated, together with the laundry chute and the 2 towels at the bottom of it. The towels giving readings consistent with primary contamination. On the 26th, Lugovoy hired a chauffeur and a chauffeur-driven Mercedes to take him to and back from Partachvili's home in Leatherhead. That Mercedes was contaminated, especially in the area where he sat. Lugovoy says that on the morning of the 27th, he again went to Dr. Shadrin's office, and as detailed above, that office was contaminated. But Dr. Shadrin has stated that he has no recollection of a meeting with Lugovoy on that day. Because of that uncertainty, and because there is no corresponding entry in the visitor's book, we shall ignore those premises for this visit. Lugovoy met Litvinenko in the Palm Court bar at the Sheraton on 2 occasions. That bar was contaminated. And so to the third visit, 31st October to the 1st of November 2006. But for this visit, we have to start 3 days earlier in Germany. Kovtun flew from Moscow to Hamburg on the 28th of October on an Aeroflot flight. The German authorities wanted to examine that plane, but on the day it was due to arrive, another plane was used, and the aircraft in which Kovtun was a passenger has never been made available by Aeroflot for testing. Kovtun was picked up at the airport in Hamburg by his second wife, Marina Wall, and she drove him to her home in her BMW. Marina Wall's home and her BMW, mainly the passenger seat, were contaminated. Whilst there, Kovtun bought some clothing from Massimo Dutti, and the receipt for that purchase was left behind. It too was contaminated. Kovtun stayed at 2 other addresses: the home of Marina Wall's mother and the home of D3. Both of those premises were also contaminated. And on the 30th of October, Kovtun went to the Aliens Registration Office in Hamburg, and there a passport photograph of Kovtun was found, and that too was contaminated. As for the flights to London, there are 2 to examine. Lugovoy's outward flight with the majority of his family and Mr. Sokolenko had widespread contamination. Kovtun's outward flight from Hamburg was not contaminated. Again, we ask, why would MI6 agents go to the trouble of contaminating numerous locations in Germany, including even a clothing receipt and a passport photograph, but not Kovtun's plane? The Millennium Hotel and the Regency Hotel were both contaminated. The Millennium Hotel had widespread contamination in Lugovoy's room, Kovtun's room, and Titania and Galina's room. As we have seen, the U-bend in Kovtun's room gave the highest of those readings. Begak Maxim was one of the Lugovoy entourage, and he stayed at the Regency Hotel. even Maxim's room at that hotel was contaminated. On the 1st of November, from late on the morning to about 3:30 p.m., Lugovoy and Kovtun had a meeting at Dr. Shadrin's office. The office was contaminated, as we have said, as were Dr. Shadrin and his assistant. It is not clear whether the office was contaminated on the 16th of October or on this day, or indeed on both occasions. If contamination occurred on just one of those visits, then it is perhaps more likely that it occurred during the second, because Kovtun then sat in the armchair which gave the highest readings for any location in that office for alpha radiation. But whether it was the first, the second, or both visits, it is important to note that Litvinenko never went to Shadrin's office. As for the meeting with Litvinenko, the pine bar was contaminated, a table and chair gave readings consistent with primary or direct contamination, as did, of course, the teapot. And the gentleman's lavatory close to the reception was also heavily contaminated, the importance of which we have already made clear. Although some of what A1 had to say about the teapot was common sense, there are few things in this life that cannot benefit from the opinion of a nuclear scientist, and this was her evidence. The deposition within the teapot and the position in the spout indicates at some stage polonium had been in contact and has been poured out of the spout. I think that's the only conclusion you can come to. Add to that evidence the evidence of Dr. Carey, and in particular Dr. Swift, that the most likely route of entry of polonium into Litvinenko's body was through oral means, together with the undisputed fact that Litvinenko drank tea at the pine bar, then we suggest that the importance of that conclusion cannot be overstated. Lugovoy and his party then went to the Emirates Stadium, where contamination was found within 2 rows of seats, 665 to 674, and in 2 private boxes, 76 and 77, both of which were used by Berezovsky. On the following day, Lugovoy and his wife went to the Pescatory restaurant, and although this restaurant was contaminated, as we have already seen, it is more likely than not that it was contaminated during Lugovoy and Kovtun's visit on the 16th of October, because the table then used, table 17, was contaminated. But on this second occasion, a different table was used, table 3, and that was not contaminated. The return flight to Moscow, on which everyone was a passenger, including Kovtun, it had widespread contamination in the areas of the seats of Lugovoy, Kovtun, Titania, Maxim, and Sokolenko. And the trail does not end there. On the 23rd of November 2006, Lugovoy and Kovtun went to the British Embassy in Moscow to make their declarations. The room which was used was contaminated, and the highest level of contamination was found on the chair used by Kovtun. Both Lugovoy and Kovtun say they had nothing to do with polonium. Yet in addition to the extensive polonium trail they left behind, almost wherever they went, each of them had either ingested and or inhaled polonium. It is clear from Dr. Harrison's evidence that they were personally contaminated. And if, as the evidence suggests, Kovtun was the foot soldier and Lugovoy the general, it is not surprising that the contamination of Kovtun was 10 times higher than that of Lugovoy. But no one should be misled by Dr. Harrison's evidence. Their contamination, the contamination of Lugovoy and Kovtun, hardly compares to that of Litvinenko. Litvinenko's intake was about 1,000 times greater than that of Kovtun. How does that help you determine who was the handler and who was the victim? Kovtun's account of events surrounding the contamination of him has not been either consistent or true. The starting point is Dr. Harrison and Dr. Gent. Dr. Harrison's evidence is that the low level of Kovtun's intake of polonium was insufficient to have caused alopecia. The level was below the threshold for what he described as short-term deterministic effects, by which he meant hair loss or external burning of the skin. Dr. Gent agreed, and he added that he had looked at all of the tests and could see nothing that represented acute radiation injury to Mr. Kovtun. When interviewed by a journalist from Der Spiegel, however, Kovtun had no head hair at the time of the interview, and he said that he had shaved it off after he had burnt himself when lying on a sunbed. The article was published on the 11th of December 2006, and the interview took place before Kovtun's admission to hospital on the 28th of November. Yet in another interview, an interview to the New York Times on the 17th of March 2007, Kovtun stated that he had shaved his head as a precaution because radioactive material could linger in the hair. Both accounts cannot be correct, and it might be thought that Kovtun would be able to remember why he had shaved his head. It is also worth noting that when Litvinenko travelled into or out of London on buses, those buses were identified and examined, and none were contaminated. We readily acknowledge that because of the frequency of use and cleaning, buses may not provide the best surfaces for retaining contamination. Airport buses, for example, were also not contaminated. But this gives an indication of Litvinenko's lack of exposure to polonium. Furthermore, we have already referred to the low level of contamination at Litvinenko's home, not consistent with the Lugovoy and Kovtun theory that Litvinenko was a handler of polonium, wittingly or otherwise. There were also premises that Lugovoy and Kovtun went to without Litvinenko that were also contaminated, such as Dr. Shodrin's office and Hey Joe's nightclub. Lugovoy also went to the Emirates Stadium without either Litvinenko or Kovtun, and that too was contaminated. There has to come a time when even the most enthusiastic of conspiracy theorists has to recognize that the polonium trail links no one to the murder of Litvinenko other than Lugovoy and Kovtun. Such conclusion is not the result of fantasy or speculation. and nor is it tainted by anti-Russian propaganda or sentiment. It is the application of science and common sense. Nothing more and nothing less. What of the polygraph test? Lugovoy's embarrassingly inept attempt to establish his innocence. If we may take and corrupt a line from Casablanca, of all the polygraph examiners in all of the towns of the world, why did Lugovoy employ Bruce Burgess? We have a number of suggestions. Just over 2 years before Mr. Burgess Sr. was approached to conduct this test, he was convicted of perverting the course of justice and received a suspended sentence of imprisonment. He has demonstrated himself to have been unscientific and lacking in any form of objectivity. He was prepared to go to Moscow for a large fee to conduct serious work, but was content to be unencumbered with the details of the case in which he would be involved, or the man he would be examining. Even when he got to Moscow, his understanding of events was still very limited. He asked the questions he was instructed to ask, not those which should have been asked, and Lugovoy no doubt had advanced notice of them. The entire process, we suggest, was a farce. The procedure was as unscientific as could be imagined. Scientific rigor was abandoned in favour of caprice. Mr. Burgess Sr. even had this remarkable approach to his work. It is always better when interviewees pass the test, because that is such a nicer or more pleasant outcome. Emotion over science and style over substance. On examination, his integrity and competence were found wanting. The test was an unmitigated disaster, and the only service it has provided to mankind is to add the strongest possible support to this jurisdiction's firm attitude that such evidence should not be admissible in court proceedings. Mr. Burgess Sr.'s evidence was worthless, and for that reason we will not attempt to rely on that part which suggests that Lugovoy lied when he denied that he had handled polonium. Worthless evidence is worthless in whatever direction it might lead. Perhaps the most significant point is this. This dire episode says much more about Lugovoy than he could ever have imagined. These are not the actions of a man convinced of his innocence and who was prepared to undergo the most demanding of independent examinations. Conspiracy theorists have been able to run amok around the murder of Litvinenko because of his extraordinary background, contacts, interests, and life. There is something for everyone to take, whether in or out of context, and then to weave around it some fanciful explanation for his death. Conspiracy theories have no part to play in an inquiry unless there is some evidence to support them. And this inquiry has demonstrated that there is either no support or at best questionable support for any one of them. One view is to argue that once it is clear, as we suggest it is, that Lugovoy and Kovtun murdered Litvinenko, then that logically must exclude any other suspect, unless that suspect had a link to Lugovoy and Kovtun and their activities in London. There are only two individuals against whom it could be said that there is some evidence of complicity, however tenuous, and they are Scaramella and Berezovsky. But it must be made clear immediately, before some may choose to misrepresent what we have just said, that the evidence, such as it is not scientific, and neither does it carry any weight. We raise their names in order that the suspicions around them may be rejected. The only source for Scaramella being a suspect is Litvinenko on his deathbed. And the only sources for Berezovsky being a suspect are a combination of Lugovoy and Spechnarja, not, we would suggest, a reliable or happy mixture. First, Scaramella. When Litvinenko was in hospital, he suspected that Scaramella had poisoned him and said so to the police and to visitors. Although it later became clear that Litvinenko was falsely accusing Scaramella of poisoning him in order to divert attention away from Lugovoy and Kovtun, and that he did so for a number of reasons, it is likely, certainly possible, that for a short time at least, at the beginning of his admission to hospital, that Litvinenko did suspect that Scaramella had or may have poisoned him, and we must deal with that suspicion. It is important to note that Litvinenko's misgivings were based on two principal factors. First, that he believed that Scaramella did not have a proper justification for being in London, other than to see him, which he thought was odd. Litvinenko believed that because Scaramella did not have a purpose for being in London, he, Scaramella, could have communicated with him perfectly well by email. In other words, they did not have to meet. And second, that Scaramella appeared to be holding the copies of the Limerith emails in an unusual fashion over his, Litvinenko's, food in Itsu, thereby giving Scaramella at least an opportunity to poison him. On examination, both of those beliefs were unfounded. First, Scaramella had a very good reason for being in London. He was attending a conference held by the International Maritime Organization. Scaramella had been attending this conference for many years. It is held in London at the end of October, beginning of November each year, and has been so held for about 12 years. 2006 was no exception. Scaramella flew to London on the 31st of October, the day after the conference began, and he returned home on the 4th of November. He attended the conference on a number of occasions and spoke at it. And he used his visit to the conference as an opportunity for seeing Litvinenko and discussing with him the Limerith emails and the threat referred to in them. Litvinenko was not troubled by Limerev's concerns when he was told about them. Scaramella obviously was. And second, Scaramella's copy of the Limerev emails was in fact given by Scaramella to Litvinenko. And these 5 pages were later seized by the police from Litvinenko's home, and they were examined. Although that exhibit was contaminated, the level of contamination was very low. 1 page at just 150 counts per second, and the other pages at less than 30 counts per second. Very low readings indeed, and as A1 made clear, these levels were wholly inconsistent with primary contamination. These pages could not have contained or carried polonium and could not have been involved in Litvinenko's death. So the grounds for Litvinenko's suspicions were unfounded. But there is more. The evidence has established that Scaramella and Litvinenko had had an amicable relationship over a number of years. That did not change. And sight should not be lost of the fact that Scaramella had no motive to kill Litvinenko. Furthermore, Scaramella was not in London or anywhere else in the UK when Litvinenko was first poisoned on the 16th of October 2006. During the International Maritime Organization conference, Scaramella stayed at the Thistle Hotel. His room was examined and it was clean. He went to an internet cafe in Wardour Street on the 1st of November, and that was examined and was also found to be clean. The place where Scaramella sat with Litvinenko in Itsu on the 1st of November was examined, and although contaminated, the contamination was nothing like as strong as the area nearby where it is likely that Litvinenko had sat with Lugovoy and Kovtun on the 16th of October. Scaramella himself was tested, and he was found not to have been contaminated with polonium. Finally, of course, Scaramella came to this inquiry twice to give a credible and cogent account of his movements and the reason for his seeing Litvinenko. Contrast the evidence of Scaramella's movements, the contamination or otherwise of scenes he visited, and the contamination or otherwise of himself, to the evidence affecting Lugovoy and Kovtun, and their response to this inquiry's invitation to them to give evidence. For all of those reasons, we suggest, Scaramella can safely be excluded as having played any part in Litvinenko's murder. As for Berezovsky, Litvinenko may have been temporarily put out by Berezovsky's reduction in financial assistance, but a motive for his blackmailing Berezovsky, never, we suggest. Whatever falling out they had was no more than temporary, and they were soon friends again. It must not be forgotten that Berezovsky had only reduced his payments to Litvinenko. He had not stopped them, and of course he was still paying Anatoly's school fees. A cause for irritation, perhaps, but hardly the cause for great tumult and acrimony. Lugovoy and Kovtun have made fairly late claims that at and after their meal with Litvinenko at the Golden Dragon restaurant at the 17th of October 2006, Litvinenko mentioned his scheme to blackmail Berezovsky. Neither of them mentioned this at the outset. A rather memorable event, if true. And this claim has developed over time and has become rather contradictory. A late attempt was made to introduce a witness statement of Lugovoy in the Turluk-Berezovsky litigation. A witness statement which Lord Justice Laws rejected as not sensibly capable of belief. And over time, Lugovoy and Kovtun have made statements which have suggested that Litvinenko spoke of blackmailing Berezovsky to just Lugovoy on his own after Litvinenko had asked Kovtun to leave the Golden Dragon, and then later to just Kovtun on his own after the three of them had left the restaurant. The question must be asked, why not tell the two of them together when it is obvious that Lugovoy and Kovtun would have shared that information and would have discussed it? Why separate them? Why the need for secrecy? We suggest that Lugovoy and Kovtun have tied themselves in knots in making up this account for their own benefit and that of Turluk. These statements, and in particular the protracted fashion in which they have emerged, makes them inherently unreliable. And there is, of course, no evidence that Litvinenko ever did blackmail Berezovsky, or that Berezovsky ever paid Litvinenko a blackmail demand. The idea on the evidence is preposterous. And as for Slechnadja, perhaps the less said, the better. She was an unattractive witness who appeared to be motivated by malice. Little weight, if any, can be given to her evidence. And so to the other names which have emerged. We would submit that there is no evidence to implicate any one of them in the murder. On day 29, Detective Inspector Maskell was asked to consider Skaramella, Limarev, Mogilevich, Atchu, Riley and Berezovsky. And he said that the investigation had uncovered no evidence against them. No doubt some people wished Litvinenko harm, but that can never equate to a motive for murder. The police investigation was led by evidence and not by speculation, and we suggest that you must adopt the same approach. And the evidence points resolutely to Lugovoy and Kovtun, and no one else as having administered the poison which killed Litvinenko. You have already ruled on the issue of adverse inference. There is none in law from the fact that Lugovoy and Kovtun declined your invitation to them to give evidence, and the Russian state, in whatever form, has decided not to seek core participant status, which of course it would have been granted. But their deliberate silence carries this consequence. A failure to participate or to give evidence comes with the obvious consequence that you will make findings of fact without the benefit or otherwise of such contributions. So much for Kovtun's much vaunted threat to the Sunday Times that he would blow this inquiry apart with evidence. He has had every opportunity to do just that, and his silence is an embarrassment, just as the excuse for it is an embarrassment to the Russian authorities. The Russian state and the Russian witnesses have been given every opportunity to play a part in this inquiry, and their failure to do so, and the lies and the obfuscations which have been told, says much about their attitude towards justice and to Mr. Litvinenko in particular. Kovtun says that he cannot give evidence to you because of his obligation of confidentiality that he owes to the Russian prosecutor. An obligation that does not seem to prevent him from spinning a yarn to any journalist that is prepared to listen to him. And the Russian authorities, which are following every word of these proceedings, wait 4 months before objecting to the video link. Sufficient time for Kovtun to access the inquiry papers and to cause maximum disruption. Their actions and responses have descended into farce. Kovtun's credibility in particular could not be any lower. Just compare, for example, his witness statement of the 2nd of April 2015 to the statement he gave at the British Embassy on the 23rd of November 2006. In 2006, he said that the critical meeting at the Millennium Hotel on the 1st of November had been scheduled for the afternoon, which is what Litvinenko has always said. To this inquiry in 2015, however, he said that this meeting took place completely by chance. The intended false inference being that neither he nor Lugovoy would have had any warning of Litvinenko's arrival, and therefore no time to arrange to poison him. In 2015, to this inquiry, Lugovoy stated that having met Litvinenko again on the 1st of November, he had the following concerns about Litvinenko and had the following conversation about him with Lugovoy on the 2nd of November. I formed the impression that Litvinenko had mental health problems, a person driven to despair with a feeling of worry and disquiet. I remember on the morning of the 2nd of November, I told Lugovoy categorically that I did not want anything to do with that person, regardless of how useful he might be, and that the meeting we were having that day, the 2nd of November, at the Office of Risk Management, would be the last one. All very clear and distinctly memorable. Contrast that to what Kovtun had to say at the British Embassy in 2006. On the 3rd of November 2006, I flew back to Moscow, having learned from the media about the situation around Mr. Litvinenko. I contacted Mr. Lugovoy, and we took the decision to contact the British Embassy with a declaration to help to clarify the situation. As Mr. Litvinenko is a possible future business partner for whom we have the sincerest sympathy. When the lies that Kovtun has told to this inquiry about C2, which tend to lend further support to the German evidence, and the lie about Litvinenko being poisoned on the 15th of October 2006, the motive for which is obvious. These are but a few examples of the important changes in Kovtun's various accounts. No wonder he did not relish the thought of giving evidence. And no wonder the Russian authorities wanted you to disregard or conceal the evidence which Kovtun had already provided. And so one final topic remains, and it looks very likely that I will finish before 1 o'clock.
Yes.
And the final topic that remains is that of Russian state participation. You will have heard closed evidence on this subject, and you will then consider all of the evidence, open and closed, before reaching your conclusion. As the material we have is incomplete, we intend to do no more than suggest that the following tends to indicate that the Russian state was involved in one way or another in Litvinenko's death. First, it should be said that the Russian state has hardly helped itself in this regard. In the summer of 2006, the Russian law was amended to enable the Kremlin lawfully to order their agents to eliminate extremists anywhere abroad. The definition of extremist was amended and made so wide that someone like Litvinenko, whose only weapon was words and not bullets or bombs, could easily come within it. As a result of the change in the law, Vladimir Bukovsky and Oleg Gordievsky wrote a letter to the Times published on the 11th of July 2006, the fourth paragraph of which may have been depressingly prophetic. Having referred to the change in the law, they wrote as follows: "The stage is set for any critic of Putin's regime here, especially those campaigning against Russian genocide in Chechnya, to have an appointment with a poison-tipped umbrella. According to the statement by the Russian Defense Minister Sergei Ivanov, the blacklist of potential targets is already compiled. Second, it is clear that neither Lugovoy nor Kovtun had a personal motive for murdering Litvinenko, and therefore they must have been acting on behalf of someone else. Given Lugovoy's history, both before and especially after Litvinenko's death, the Russian state in one form or another is likely to have been the sponsor of this plot and Lugovoy's master. The third consideration is motive. And there can be no doubt that the Russian state had reasons aplenty for wishing Litvinenko not only harm, but death. We would further submit that it is a relatively pointless exercise in attempting to resolve which motive or motives may have been causative of his murder. because there are so many of them. And there is no evidence to suggest which one or which ones sealed his fate. Here are but some of the possibilities that have been revealed during the course of this inquiry. Litvinenko was ex-KGB and FSB. He had attained the rank of colonel lieutenant, and he had worked at the FSB headquarters in Moscow. He met Putin in the summer, early autumn of 1998 and informed him of the corruption and links to organised crime at the heart of the government. Litvinenko's choice of confidant proved to be unfortunate. Putin was not interested, but would not have forgotten that meeting. Litvinenko's press conference on the 17th of November 1998 must have been a considerable shock to the government. Nothing like it had ever happened before. Litvinenko had broken the rule of silence, which for the FSB must have been the ultimate betrayal. It is worth noting that the press conference was held right in the middle of Putin's 9-month appointment as director of the FSB, and he may well have taken the betrayal personally. Litvinenko was tried twice in Russia and was acquitted each time. But he was due to be tried a third time, ominously now outside of Moscow, and at a hearing that might have been closed. His defection to the UK in 2000 was high profile and akin to treachery, especially as it appears to have been assumed that he was a whistleblower now working for the British authorities. This was the same year that Putin became president. Litvinenko's 2 books, Blowing Up Russia and The Gang from Lubyanka, and his articles for the Chechen press, and his general and frequent condemnation of the Russian state, though never Russia, cannot have been ignored. Of Litvinenko's many personal attacks on Putin, perhaps his most audacious and explosive was his claim that Putin was a paedophile. How to win friends and influence people was obviously not on Litvinenko's reading list. He was a friend and ally of Anna Politkovskaya, Berezovsky, and Zakiev, amongst others, and a supporter of the Chechen cause. No doubt there are many more grievances the Russian state had with Litvinenko, but that will do for present purposes. It is a formidable list, and it establishes the point. How was Litvinenko's conduct received in Russia? Gusak was of the opinion that Litvinenko deserved to die for his treachery. Viktor Shebelen, an ex-FSB colonel, told Litvinenko to get his will ready. And Shebelen had also told Litvinenko's co-author of the 2 books, Trepashkin, that he had been sentenced to extrajudicial elimination and that he would definitely be killed. General Kokolkov said that there could be no forgiveness and that not only would Litvinenko have to die, but that he would happily kill him with his own bare hands. On the evidence, it is likely that many more Russians wished Litvinenko serious harm, if not death. Indeed, Lugovoy, in his interview with El Pai, offered a similar view and said that all those who cause significant damage to Russia's interests should be liquidated. Felczynski cannot have been alone when expressing his opinion that from the day of the Moscow press conference in 1998, Litvinenko was a marked man. And on the 21st of November 2006, in the State Duma, Sergei Apeltsev made this comment following Litvinenko's death. The deserved punishment reached the traitor. I am confident that this terrible death will be a serious warning to traitors of all colours, wherever they are located. In Russia, they do not pardon treachery. I would recommend Citizen Berezovsky to avoid any food at the commemoration for his accomplice Litvinenko. As we have already said, the Kremlin cannot exactly complain if the eyes of the world look to it for responsibility for Litvinenko's murder. And of all of Litvinenko's targets, Putin was the one most frequently in his sights. And then there is the Viktor Ivanov report, which found its way into Lugovoy's hands. Ivanov, of course, is a member of the Russian government, and according to the report, has direct access to Putin's ear. We submit that there is no basis for finding that this report was solely responsible for Litvinenko's death. But even if it was, Schwetz's evidence was that rule number 1 in the KGB, before issuing an order to assassinate anyone within or outside of Russia, was this: cover your back. And that, according to Schwetz, would exclude the possibility of a decision being made to murder Litvinenko without the approval of the president. Russian special forces used an image of Litvinenko as target practice, a small point, but indicative of the antipathy of the Russian state and military towards him. Russian authorities prevented British and German authorities from examining 2 Russian registered planes. The Russian authorities claimed that another plane was clean when it was not. Why be obstructive if there was nothing to hide? The lack of full cooperation in Moscow with the interviews of Lugovoy and Kovtun. Stupid, petty obstructions placed in the way of the police officers who went to interview them. The failure of the Russians to supply the tape of Lugovoy's interview perhaps says it all, the motivation obvious. The Russians wanted control of those interviews, a control which was resurrected but a few days ago. Hardly a reaction indicative of an interest in truth and justice. Detective Inspector Tarpey was probably making an attempt at diplomacy when he described the Russian restrictions and attitude to the arrangements for the interviews as a little disingenuous. Looking at the refusal to allow access to the 2 aircraft, the lies told about one of those aircraft being clean, and the obstructions to free and recorded interviews of Lugovoy and Kovtun, this question must be asked. What did the Russians have to hide? Lugovoy must have had the consent of the Russian hospital to feign being a patient, to provide yet another obstacle in the way of the Metropolitan Police Service officers having access to him. The fact that polonium was the cause of death tends to indicate that there must have been some form of Russian state participation. There are more than enough ways to kill a man without resort to such a rare and dangerous radioactive isotope. And there cannot be a black market for polonium because there is no need for one. Professor Dombey said that 97% of the world's production of polonium is from the Russian nuclear site at Avangard in Sarov, which he described as having the only commercial polonium production line in the world, where fresh supplies are manufactured each month. Of course, it is possible that another country manufactured the polonium that killed Litvinenko, and that common criminals murdered him. But we say that on the basis that almost anything in theory is possible. But the chances of those two theories combining and coming together in this way, close to infinitesimal, we would suggest, on the evidence that you have heard. What possible motive could another state with a nuclear reactor have had for murdering Litvinenko? And, of course, employing Lugovoy and Kovtun as its assassins. And finally, the attitude of the Russian state to this inquiry, which has been nothing short of contemptuous. Its refusal to give permission to the use of evidence concerning Lugovoy and Kovtun, when it had already given permission for such evidence to be used in these proceedings when an inquest, and its obstruction to Kovtun giving evidence. What on earth does Russia have to hide, and why these impediments to the truth? The evidence suggests that the only credible explanation is that in one form or another, the Russian state was involved in Litvinenko's murder. We say in one form or another because evidence of the precise part or parts of the Russian state which participated, if participate it did, is far from clear. A number of witnesses have given evidence that Putin was or must have been personally behind the plot to murder Litvinenko. Those opinions, however genuinely expressed, cannot have the force of evidence. Apart from anything else, the witnesses have hardly been impartial observers. We would suggest that Professor Robert Service did no more than point out the obvious when he issued this warning as to the standards this inquiry must apply. He was asked this question about the possibility of a link between organised criminals and the Russian state. And the question was this: if somebody were to suggest a proposition that because of the entanglement in an individual case, somebody in an organised crime group might be able to persuade a government official to order a certain course of action, for example, an assassination, do you think that that is possible? And is it possible to say whether or not it happens? And his answer was this: I'm at a loss as to how to know how I would go about proving or disproving that. We simply do not have the evidence. The point I'm trying to make constantly is that things are so bad in Russia that they don't have to be exaggerated. So we would be best to stick to what is definitely provable, and that's quite damning enough. In 10 or 20 years, we will know more about what we're talking about today, and we will be able to go further, and it will probably be very dispiriting, the verdict that we will come to. But we have to be really cautious. And there's another aspect of this that exercises me, and that's that Russians want to see us fairly going through evidence in a scholarly environment or a judicial environment, or an inquiry like this in a fashion that they know doesn't happen in their own country. So we must not sink at all below our conventional standards. We absolutely mustn't. Because some of what we do in relation to this inquiry will get back to Moscow. And we must not give them the opportunity to say that we failed to respect our own standards, because those standards that are really well worth keeping too. Question: when you say Russians, do you mean the Russian government, or do you mean ordinary Russians as well? And he said this: I mean both, because not, but especially ordinary Russians who read what's going on in the West on the internet, which is much freer than it is in some countries like Saudi Arabia or China. Now, we are more than confident that that advice was unnecessary, but it does help to put into perspective some of the evidence which this inquiry has heard, and to emphasize the need for caution when truthful but partisan witnesses give in evidence their personal opinions as to what happened and why it happened. Our standards of justice are immutable, and they must not be influenced, let alone undermined, by the horror of the crime under review. It is utterly dispiriting that in the 21st century, a man can be murdered because of his words and thoughts. That homicide is considered an appropriate measure to remove embarrassment and ensure silence. Dispiriting also because of the futility of the crime. Terror will never curtail the human desire and spirit for justice and freedom of expression. And those who organize crimes of this nature should understand that murder does not strengthen their cause, it weakens it. Stalin achieved absolute power in Russia during the first half of the last century, and assassination was his preferred solution to eliminating difficulties and removing inconvenience or embarrassment. Russians became familiar with a phrase that reflected Stalin's approach to humanity, and it can be translated in one of two ways. Death solves all problems, and the more familiar, no man, no problem. The murder of Alexander Litvinenko was intended to solve the problem that he had become. But in reality, it has created a much greater one, and one which this inquiry has ensured will not go away. We suggest that the evidence is clear. Alexander Litvinenko was murdered through the ingestion of polonium-210 on the 16th of October 2006 and the 1st of November 2006. Lugovoy and Kovtun poisoned him, and you will decide on all of the evidence, open and closed, whether or not they were sponsored by the Russian state. Those are our submissions.
Mr. Horwell, I am most grateful to you for your assistance, which has been very considerable. Your analysis is demonstrably based upon a close, careful and comprehensive analysis of the evidence. I would be grateful if I could impose upon you further in one respect, which is to provide me with the cross-references to the evidence that you have directed my attention to. I'd be most grateful.
We shall.
One other small point. The first point that you made in relation to Russian state responsibility, that is to say the changes in the Russian law earlier in 2006, Professor Service gave some evidence as to the way in which that would be interpreted. He, of course, is a historian, not a lawyer, and I have in fact put in hand a commissioning of evidence from an expert in Russian law. It's not yet available. When it is, I shall, of course, distribute it to the core participants and invite any written submissions. Thank you very much indeed.
So I wonder whether I could invite the transcriber to make one small correction to the remarks we've just heard. The observation that was made by counsel was that terror will never curtail the human desire and spirit of justice and freedom of expression. That was rendered in the transcript as Treasury solicitor will never curtail the human desire and spirit of justice and freedom of expression. So I'd be grateful.
I'll refrain from any observation about that. Yes, of course. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Mr. Emerson, you're due to address me tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much. We shall reassemble at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.